Alright, we should be good on both ends. Back on YouTube this time. Last week we were not there. Sleep schedule is still kind of out of whack from the Switch 2 event. Kind of going to bed and waking up pretty late. Probably never going to do an all-nighter like that again, that is for sure. Probably just going to wake up early and stream when the event starts, that's for sure. Hello Apple, hello Goomba, hello David, hello Trekkie, Gabe. Everybody else coming in. Wait, these auctions can't be real, right? Wow. Not a lot of auctions ending tonight. First page and we're already at 5 minutes. It's usually a little more active than that. Guess it's just a bad time. We just missed the 9:30 auctions that end. It's a good price for flat out. $2. No manual. And very scratched. Well, that explains it. Donkey Kong game's gone up. We can check a little bit later. Twitch notification, right? Thank you. I usually get thrown off when I gotta do my multi-streams. Okay, all the notifications are out. Well, I don't think they have a release date for 7 Remake. I think right now a lot of that stuff is tentative. Could be later in the year. Do I think Wii prices are too high? Definitely not. Even some of the more desirable, better games are really not too bad on the Wii. I mean, you can play 6 however you want. I haven't played the Game Boy Advance version of that, so I'd imagine it's pretty comparable to Super Nintendo. Seems like a lot of people really enjoy the pixel remastered versions of those, though. So that's worth considering. It's a pretty okay price for this. I think this is normally going for like 125 to 150 right now. So you can get this a little cheaper. More third-party games to Switch Online. I don't really use Switch Online enough to really comment on that. I'm not even sure what they got on there. I just use Switch Online to play games multiplayer, and that's pretty much it. I don't use it to play like all the other stuff they have on there. So I pretty much use it for whatever game I'm interested in, and then I cancel it. Or hopefully remember to cancel it. Like I used it for F-Zero 99. And that was that. It's the last time I used it. It's either that or just do the full year and hope you get a year's worth of stuff to do on it. Which I used to do, but then I stopped playing my Switch quite as much. So then I just started doing month by month. Because there may only be 1 or 2 games that I play throughout the year online on the Switch. Thank you, Comfy with 119-month resub. Always humbling everybody else in chat with that one, that's for sure. No idea what they're doing yet, we'll have to wait and see. That's all we can pretty much say. Hello, Wheels of Life. We didn't used to get tax when buying on eBay, but now we do. Yes, there's tax when you buy on eBay. There was a time, though, where we used to buy stuff on eBay and not get taxed on it. But that eventually changed. Hello, Stage 1 boss. Favorite stream? I don't know. It's been a lot of ones I've enjoyed. Some of my Tereba streams are awesome. Sonic R streams. Probably whatever Sonic R stream where I would get a world record. Maybe my Lifeline streams. Hello, Chima. Yeah, I was not expecting 120 frames on the Switch, too. That thing in handheld is going to be insane. Yeah, Lost Odyssey's probably going for about $30 these days. Oh, you picked them up? That's awesome. Yeah, those were great deals. If you ever get around to playing Aiden Chronicles, you let me know what you think of it. I saw that the Croc remaster is $30. That was pretty... I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting $20 for that game. $20 is definitely more of a impulse buy territory. $30 begins to get like, okay, we should maybe just wait for a sale or something. With the way PSN does sales, it's like that game will be on sale in no time. It's like I'm not dying to play Croc, so I could wait. I know. I think that tutorial game is on a lot of people's minds. I was actually thinking about that yesterday too. I went for a walk, and for some reason I was thinking about that tutorial game. I'm like, what are they thinking? Like, why is a game that teaches you about the Switch hardware gonna cost money? Like, hello? They didn't say how much it is. Maybe it's $4.99, $7.99, but still, it just feels wrong. Hello, Koba. Yeah, I've never had the different. I've never seen 120 frames in person, so I guess I'll find out. I don't know if it's gonna look different. I'm assuming it varies by person. Some people claim they can't see 60 frames a second, which is really surprising to me. They claim they can't tell the difference between 30 and 60. That's a little hard for me to believe, but I imagine once you get into the higher frame rates, it's a lot harder to tell. Auctions tonight are not the best. This is apparently like N64 Remix Me. I don't know what the hell is this. This doesn't sound like a Nintendo song to me. It must be some song I don't recognize. Who's ready for Carnival games to come back on the Switch too? I'm really glad we've moved away from tons and tons of shovelware like that on Nintendo consoles, like physical copies. It's not like we're swimming in Wii levels of crap these days. Yeah, usually these days when I have the option, I will definitely take the 60 frames in a lower resolution. But it'll be interesting to decide between like 120 frames and 720p, or 60 frames and 1080p, I think is the choices. I don't know, it's hard to remember all the the options you have between docked and handheld. Hello, Jason X. $4K 60. Does the handheld actually do 4K? I think 4K 60 is only when it's docked. When it's handheld, I don't think it reaches 4K. Interesting, the scratches in the middle, but not a hair. It might have been like resurfaced, or someone was just really sloppy about getting that in their console. I don't know. $355 though. That's already like almost probably what this would normally go for if you were selling it separate. Like 200 plus for Silent Hill 3 and then 150 Silent Hill 2. I don't think I've heard of that one, Will, no. I still have to play Fear, so I'll keep it in mind though. No, I don't think I've ever been scammed on eBay. Nothing crazy. Fur Fighters, $6 and free shipping. Very bold to offer free shipping and price your game starting very low. Looks like Fur Fighters about $15 plus shipping costs, so somebody here might be able to get a pretty good deal on this with that free shipping. Here's the link. It's like a Wii starter pack with a random Wii U game. I guess more in this instance, you would just get this for the Wii U. Yeah, I do have some fog in my RPG Maker game, that is true. It ain't silent though. Doing that a couple pages. Is this another one of those graded games that isn't sealed? Please tell me somebody did not grade a open copy of Sonic. So weird. Yeah. Somebody legit paid money to take a complete copy of Sonic, get it graded, get screwed over on a 7.0 first of all. But why are, like, it's open. And then people are bidding on it. And I'm just not a fan of grading open games like that. It's just so weird. It's not even rare. I could see if it was like a game so rare that you don't even want to put your fingers on it. And you wanted to authenticate it or something. Not that you would want to do that with Wada. But like Sonic the Hedgehog? My goodness. Like, even if you were buying that to show off or something, it's like, who's going to care that you have a copy of Sonic graded, opened? Nobody. That's like taking a cart of Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt and getting it graded. Actually, I bet you some people out there have actually done it. Wouldn't even doubt it. I guess you can anticipate physical copies of the backwards compatible pay to upgrade your Switch game editions to be getting a lot more bids lately. But I think they're gonna re-release this, right? So the people that are bidding on this copy right now might just be better off waiting to get the new physical that they'll release. Probably cost about the same at the end of the day if you're buying the original plus the DLC. Are those going to be $80? Like, are they? What are they? Have they said what they're charging? So, like, when they release Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Switch 2 Bonus Deluxe Edition, whatever the hell they're calling that, are they charging 70 for that or 80? Like, have they said what they're charging? If you buy the physical? They're just a re-release of the Switch game with a code for the upgrade. They're charging $80 for it. They can be cracked out of their grading cases, but I don't think the people that are buying those graded games are going to be doing that. It's just very weird to me to keep a non-sealed game encased like that. Like, encased in a way that's not meant to be opened. It's like, I don't know, it's just very, very odd to me. $70. Okay, so I guess the way they view it is it's $60 for the base game and then like $20 for the upgrade code. Or 50 for the original game, 20 for the update for 70 total. Doesn't Nintendo realize that some of their games that they're upgrading have been out for years and probably should not be charging $50? Like, it should be more like $50. $30 for the original, plus the $20 for the DLC, $50 for the game and the upgrade. I think that wouldn't be too bad. I wonder what's going to happen with the game as a key card thing, though. So, like, assuming you'd be able to sell the cart and then, like, the new owner would be able to install it, I would assume. But what happens if you buy a game that stops being supported online for some reason, like the download is removed, or they shut down the Switch services in, like, 10 or 15 years from now? So when you have a game key card, does your game just stop working? Because you can't, like, if you buy it years and years later, can it just not work? We'll make this the last page for auctions for now. Keycard has to have the license specifically tied to your Switch. Otherwise, one person can just buy one copy and give it to everyone else. Yeah. But, like, when you go to sell it, do you have to, like, unlink it from your console before you sell it or something? I don't know how that would work. Imagine if someone sells a keycard not realizing that they have to unlink the game from their console, and then they sell the keycard, and then the person that buys it can't use it. I think the Oblivion remake is happening. I would say so. Given how many times they've re-released Skyrim, I would not doubt that they're going to do something with Oblivion. There's only so many times you could re-release Skyrim. Now here we go again. eBay taking me out of the video game category. Has it been confirmed that the Switch 2 won't work at all with the entire back library? Like, I was under the impression you'd be able to take the original Switch games, pop them in the Switch 2, and they just won't have upgrades unless they specifically have a Switch 2 upgrade. I thought you'd still be able to play them at least. You know the craziest part? Like, it's probably not that bad of a lot. I think the Bratz games are like $15 to $20, some of them. Maybe not this one, but there's definitely like some Bratz games that are more than you think. So, like, if you wanted a few of these games, like Wheel of Katamari, True Crime, San Andreas, not that anybody would really want those, but it's just kind of funny to consider Bratz kind of bringing up the value of that lot. Almost all first-party games. Yeah, but what about the weird third-party games? Have they said about that working? Because someone said it was going to be through emulation, right? So I'm sure they're going to run into a lot of problems. They posted a list of games they're having trouble with. Okay. Was it a pretty extensive list or anything to be worried about? It's not emulation. Okay, so I guess whoever posted that was wrong. Combination of hardware and emulation. The super chat to get me to say your name, but I will say it. Thank you, G-String. Thank you for the super chat. That's a nice lot. Suffering and Spawn and Brute Force. So it looks like people are asking like $50 for Spawn on Xbox, but we'll confirm that. Let me just open a second one. $35. No manual. Sealed 50. So it's like $35 complete. And then the Suffering. Is also about $35. So the way they're looking at this lot is buy two, get one free. You get Brute Force for free. But that Brute Force is looking a little rough. That cover is beat up. I don't do retro computer stuff. No. It's definitely something I would have liked to have explored, but I think that time has kind of come and gone at this point. The time to do it would have been when stuff was so cheap, people just giving it away. But, yeah. I pretty much only buy stuff that I can stream, so if I can't easily stream it, I don't buy it. So in the case of something like the VIC-20, yeah, I wouldn't really be able to stream that, so don't buy it. RPG tested. Let's see what RPG you're getting in here. Sure, it's a great one. Okay. All right, they're just hitting the RPG search term, I guess. Black, Stubbs, Buffy, and Fusion Frenzy. That is actually a really good selection of games. The easiest way to think about it is $25 a piece, plus 15 shipping though. Stubbs come way down in price over the years, however. This isn't the Buffy that's quite as expensive as the sequel. Let me see what the first one here goes for. This is the one that's a little more expensive. Actually not by much. They're kind of catching up. So it looks like it's about... That's definitely an outlier. I wouldn't believe that price. Why would somebody pay $70 when, like, very clearly the game is like $30? This person got it for 16 bidding. Looks like it's about 30. So it's fair. Obviously, Black and Fusion Frenzy not worth quite as much. It's gotta make an offer though, so I'll link that. Eliminate 3 series from existence forever to save eco. Probably, well, it's not really a series, but I would get rid of Fortnite. Metal Gear Solid, so people stop asking me to play the rest of the series. And the Dark Souls games, so we actually get some variety in action games. So those would be the 3 I'd eliminate. Let's see what Marvel vs. Capcom 2 goes for. $85, $70. So it looks like they have it pretty much figured out. $55, disc resurfaced, $70. That TMNT game is probably like $30. $40, I'd imagine. By the way, if the Switch 2 ever leaks where someone's like looking through the eShop or something and you hear music or hear no music, you let me know. Still waiting for the official word on if shop music has returned. They have to put it back in though, right? Because I would imagine they took out music from the Switch because it probably bogged down. The store was slow enough as it was. So adding music probably made it worse. So they have no excuse now. Right? They have to have music. A lot of 3 Steam downloadable Steam game cards. Oh, okay. I'm like looking at this. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting box. It's actually just a card. Well, that's another decent Xbox slot. A lot of Xbox slots tonight. Bruce Lee not complete, however. But it's a little bit of a themed, like, licensed movie lot. I'll link this just in case somebody doesn't care that Bruce Lee has no manual. I think the shipping kind of kills it though. That $15 shipping kind of kills it. Yeah, everything is sold out already. That's a decent. There's nothing good in there anyway. Unless what they make you do is add them individually one at a time or something. Another 3DS slot from the same seller. Well, they have Dragon Quest VIII in here. That's a very expensive game. Check what that's going for right now. This is definitely somebody curing out their curated collection. Yeah, it's selling for 100 to 120 or so. Sealed copy is obviously a little bit more, but complete copy is 125. This is pretty much like getting Dragon Quest VIII. You know, I'll double check it just to make sure the description and stuff, but this is like getting Dragon Quest VIII and then all the other games for free. Game's complete. That's a pretty solid deal right there if you need Dragon Quest VIII. I'm just gonna link you to this whole person's store because they have very reasonable prices. And any seller that actually isn't looking to rip you off and has really good deals, I'm all for. So here you go. Here's their store. Let's see, here's another good one. Shinobi. That's gotten more expensive over the years. Sonic. Sonic Boom is also like not as cheap as you think. Shattered Crystal. It's actually it's like an okay game. It's like a 6.5 out of 10, 7 out of 10 kind of game. A couple of other first-party games. Fire Emblem Mario. $100 for this one. Paper Mario. What is that? That's that like Dragon Quest Puzzle Dragons game or whatever. Was that Rune Factory? It's another good one. This 360 lot here. You got Nier in there. You got The Darkness. Not bad. Very reasonable. So this is the kind of thing you got to look for. This person has $15 per listing. So you got to like have them do combined shipping, or what most sellers will probably do is just like refund you the excess after you buy it, after they ship it. But you save even more money if you bundle together, because what are you going to do? Spend $30, $45 on a couple of lots for shipping? No, the seller would have to refund you. Like, they don't have to, but they probably will. Right? Unless they're a shitty seller. Some very solid lots here. Except for that one. That one's just like whatever. But yeah, their 3DS slots, fantastic. Just purchased two lots like just now or just earlier? Like, did you just buy two right at this moment? Yep, it's already sold. One active offer. Look at that. You can't do the offer game. No, that was too good of a deal. Someone's going to snatch that before the offer goes through. But they may have been testing to see if there was an auto accept, so maybe I don't blame them. You have the PS2 version. Dragon Quest VIII is the 3DS version better. So I recently played through the PS2 version, and I can say that for me personally, PS2 is the only way to go. Because the music. If you play it on 3DS, the graphics are cut back a bit. I think there's a little bit of pop-in. I could be wrong on that, but I think there's pop-in on like as you're running around on things, and also the music is like MIDI style. Vastly inferior to the orchestral soundtrack on PS2, in my opinion. However, 3DS version gets additional content. It gets an additional character, which is really cool. 2 characters, actually, if I remember right. Yeah, 2 characters. So it's definitely worth trying for that. They're worth playing in tandem, like play one and then like years later play another. It's a look like kids racing lot. Is this that same seller? No. But Ugly Martians. Too expensive for the game selection there. Looks like no music for the Switch 2 eShop. Are you freaking serious? Has, like, the eShop leaked? Have they shown it? The overworld of 3DS Dragon Quest 8 is also condensed, so less long hikes. Oh. Interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, well, that cements my opinion then. Because the long hikes... Ooh, wow, is my mic peaking? I think it is, right? Sorry about that. I'm like looking at my audio levels. It was hitting the red. The long hikes in Dragon Quest 8 was what made it so epic to travel around how big that world map felt. $54 NES games for $400. That's pretty reasonable, honestly. Even for like the crappiest games, a few dollars a game, plus an NES, and you're getting like Zelda, you're getting Mega Man, you're getting Rygar, you're getting a lot of like 20, like a good amount of $20, $30 carts. In fact, Xanadu, a few Mega Mans. Wow. Is there a catch here? Nightmare on Elm Street? Really? They're really giving you Nightmare on Elm Street? Wow, this is a great NES slot. We don't normally come across really good deals on NES slots. This is really good. If you need an NES or you need a bunch of good games, great starter lot though, that's for sure. Even Nightmare on Elm Street, the cart of that is pricey. That's definitely one of the more expensive ones. Let's see. $70, $75 for Nightmare on Elm Street. Like this lot is a no-brainer. If someone doesn't buy that. You get the NES too, like that's a good deal. New 72 pin connector. So it's good to go right out of the like right away. So you're not gonna have any cart reading issues. Here's all the games. Dragon Warrior 2. You know, there's a lot of filler in there, but keep in mind, like, the way it's priced, it's only a couple dollars per game. Mega Man 2 and 3. All games are used, some are X rentals. These will have some wear. Some will have label wear and writing. Some need cleaning. My son has cleaned a lot of the context on the games. We have played a lot of these and are working great. A lot is sold as is, no returns. Still a great deal. Let's see what else they're selling. It's already in someone's cart, so it looks like someone might be checking out right now on that. Because I don't think that was there. It's like, okay, they're selling NES, and then they're also selling the lewd anime Blu-rays. I'm like a little hesitant to... Yeah, you gotta be careful with these anime people. Alright, we're good. That's all they're selling. Oh, good luck to whoever may get that. Like, if you actually needed Nightmare on Elm Street, it's a lot of good fluff to go with it. Or if you... It's really a great lot for someone that does not have an NES, right? Because then at least you don't got to worry about having a second NES sitting around. But if you actually needed the console, like, it's a good way to get in. Another NES slot? This one has Monster Party. Chip and Dale. Excite Bike. I can't remember when I was trying to track down a copy of Monster Party. I wonder what that's going for now. I don't think it's too bad for just the cart. I think at the time I was trying for complete copy, but I'm sure it's way more expensive now. Cart is 20 to 25. So they have this price fairly appropriately, I'd say. They have one active offer on it. I'll link that. Offers are definitely a mind game kind of thing. So you got to think of it this way. If the seller has one offer, you have to think, what would someone else offer? My assumption always is if there's one offer sitting on there, it's probably a lowball offer. So they're probably offering like 50 or 55. So then you got to get in their head. You got to be like, all right, what would I need to counter to make sure it's higher than the other offer? So I'm going to, you'd have to do like 60. 60 to 65. But, like, if you want to take it to an even deeper level, I feel like if you're the second person to make an offer, you get into the head of the seller. If it's a fairly, like, inexperienced seller that maybe doesn't sell games a lot, the way that I look at it is if there's an offer sitting on there, like when they tell me there's an offer, and I make an offer, to me, that signals to the seller that your asking price is too high, right? If you were a seller and you just got bombarded with offers, what would you think? Okay, people don't want to pay my asking price. So if you manage to make the higher offer, they're more likely to accept it. If you're the first offer, they're probably just going to sit on it. But when they get that second or third offer, they're probably like, okay, obviously my asking price is too high. So don't be scared by competing offers. Friday the 13th and Monster Party. What is Friday the 13th going for? I know Complete in Box Friday the 13th got way more pricey. No, keep me under games, please. It's about 20 bucks, so they have that price pretty much right on the dot. Oh, I'm under Monster Party still. Final Fantasy 13 was the hardest game. 13 was, yeah, I mean, it could be, the combat in 13 could be pretty confusing. Do not disagree with that. I don't think anybody played 13 correctly their first playthrough. And I stand by that. Like, even if you think you know what you were doing in 13, you really had no idea. And I only realized that after attempting to learn the speedrun and, like, deep diving into the mechanics. Like, you think you know 13, you have no idea. You have no idea. I thought I had a good grasp on it. No, I did not. Not until I looked into it. One of the deepest combat systems ever for an RPG. And people just hitting us non-stop with these NES slots here. This seems priced accordingly, though. Hello, Noah. Gonna play 13 for the first time. Any tips? Don't just auto battle. Yeah, don't, even when you feel like auto battling is the way to go because you're like overwhelmed and don't know what to do, just always try and experiment. Try and play around with Not just swapping your party members, but also swapping their paradigms. So like swapping their classes, essentially. Because a lot of people just say 13 is nothing, but you just auto battle. You just hit auto battle, auto battle. You don't want to do that. You'll never learn. And also, all characters are useful. There's no bad character in that game. They all have a very good use and purpose. $29 Genesis game lot. See, this is why you always need to look at the full picture, right? If you were just scrolling and you looked at the photo and you looked at the price, you would just keep moving. But you look at the title, it says 29 games. Obviously, there's not 29 games here. That's why I always look at the picture first, then I look at the price. If the price sets off alarm bells, like why is this so expensive? Then I look at the title, and then I notice why, right? Because there's more games hidden in here. Usually, there's nothing great, but sometimes you never know. Cart selection's okay. I think their starting bid is fair, but the buy it now is too high. Starting bid is good though. Got Moonwalker in there. Moonwalker makes up about half the price of the starting bid, so I'm going to link this solely for the starting bid, because if you actually need Moonwalker, then this is actually a pretty damn good deal, because the carts are actually quite good. Some good games in there. Hyperstone Heist. Especially. But that's if you get no bids. Like, if there's people bidding back and forth, then ruins the deal. But if you can actually get this for the starting bid, it's not terrible. Do I think Final Fantasy 11 will ever get the love 7 gets? Oh no, definitely not. 11 will never get love beyond the love that it already gets, because it's so hard to bring in new people to play 11, because the game is officially pretty much dead, just still sort of thriving through the legacy servers of original fans of the game, and then the few people that are left playing the retail copy, like the one that's still going. I'm pretty sure if you asked people that played Final Fantasy 11 if they like 11 or 7 more, most of them would probably say 11. Like, I've just come to accept that 11 is definitely my favorite Final Fantasy of all time. I used to not consider it because I was like, well, it's an MMO. But no, not a question. If we are comparing that to other Final Fantasies, if I'm comparing it to 7 and 9, then it is the best game. Hello, Kinetic. So you're paying about $10 a game here, which is probably about right, so not much of a deal. Yeah, some of these might be $15, but by the time you're done with the tax and everything, it's not really worth it. Well, they were going to do something with Final Fantasy 11. They were going to make a mobile adaptation, and then they canceled it. And now they're doing it with Final Fantasy 14 instead. Man, I don't care what kind of hoops they got to jump through. If they somehow brought back official legacy servers for Final Fantasy 11, such easy money. Just tie it to a 14 subscription. Even if it was like $20 a month for a double subscription, the 11 fans would pay it. They definitely would. The only highlight in here was Naruto, Rise of a Ninja. That's about it. Check the Game Boy lot. The one that I looked at? Or was there another one? No Elebits. I remember when Elebits was going to be a launch game on the Wii. I remember being very disappointed when it wasn't. It was a launch game elsewhere, but in the US we did not get that game for launch. And then by the time it came out, I actually didn't even care about it anymore. The power of being a day one launch game is pretty strong on consoles. Who developed Elebits? I forget. Who was the developer? Are they still around? Was that... Or even the publisher? I don't remember anything about developer publisher for that game. Konami for both developer and publisher. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing another Elebits then. I don't think that's on their priority list. My goodness. Kid Icarus Uprising AR cards. I still remember trying to acquire these. These were so hard to get. So I think still the only way to get these was if you went to a booth for Nintendo where they were demoing the game. So they might have actually been pretty much almost exclusive to one of the PAX events where they were demoing it, because that's where I was. So to get a pack of this, you had to wait in line to play a demo of the game, and then they would give you a single pack of cards. And then, of course, what everybody did, they would just come back an hour or two later and play it again. It was so funny because there was only a couple of people watching the booth for people demoing the game, and you can tell he was just yeah, we know what you're all doing, because everybody was just coming back You'd come with a t-shirt, and then an hour later you just throw a hoodie on and come back, and the next time you put you just change a little part, never make eye contact, collect your free pack and walk away. Luckily, the people there didn't care. But yeah, these packs of cards were going for, wow, huge money. I can't remember the exact amount, but I'm pretty sure they were like somewhere in the realm of like $50 per pack on eBay. So yeah, they were pretty hot stuff when they came out. Now I mean, look at this. You can get a ton of them for 40 bucks. I think each pack was oh geez, 5 cards. It wasn't a lot. PAX East 2012. Yeah, it was probably the same PAX that I went to. And then I entered like a competition for that game because I had like I think the next time they held a PAX event, they held a competition for it, but they were still demoing the game. The game had been out for quite a bit. But I was playing it a lot online, so I was actually pretty good at it. But the way that Nintendo handled it, of course, got to be all family friendly. Everybody can participate. They would randomly match you up with like anybody, but you had people on your team. So what that meant was you would just get some random people on your team for like team match. So I wound up like I made it for a few rounds in, but like I think I got to like the semifinals, but I still somehow had someone on my team that it was their first time ever playing the game. And that did not go over well. So didn't win, but it was a lot of fun. I forget what the prize was. There was definitely some prize. I just don't remember what it was. Because they did team matches, so there's nothing you can do about who is going to end up on your team. It's not like you were playing dodgeball and you got the pick. So some people's teams were like, I don't remember what it was, like 3v3, 4v4. It would end up like 4v3 because the other person was just like free kills. And this was an official like Nintendo sanctioned event. This isn't just something that PAX was doing. Like this was set up by Nintendo. So those were their official rules. Just not the best rules. Actually, that's a very good point. Yeah. That is true. The trailer that they showed for the Switch 2 didn't include any families. It was just like friends. I guess they're going for a bit of a different... Like, I don't want to say market. They're definitely targeting everybody, but it is interesting to note that. Unless they just really know their audience where they're like, listen, the hardcore Nintendo fans are who's going to be buying the Switch 2. It ain't going to be little Billy and Grandma this time around. Or little Philip. Or Fogel. Or Eric. Or Lil E. Why are there so many different names on these cards? It must have been a big family. They had to have all came from the same family because they all write them on the left-hand side. Seems to be the same handwriting. Probably the parents that wrote them on there. It's like, all right, this is your game. This is your game. Hands off your siblings' games. E was a little bit different, though. They wrote the name on the right. Both Power Stones. I think normally people would be pretty excited about this lot, but with the Power Stone collection coming out, it does make me feel like people may be waiting for that. Like I would be, personally. Hey, thank you. Retroclips, good to see you. Thank you for the resub. Hope you're well. That is a name that will make a lot of people very nostalgic. You either know or you don't. If you know a Trucklips, then you were around back in the day. It's good having him on my friends list on PSN because, like, if I ever come across a shoot 'em up on there, if I see that you've played it, I'm like, okay, it's got to be a pretty decent one. Whenever I see your name on there, that tells me what friends have played it. And PS2 games, $110. Well, I like the variety. Let me do some quick math on these. It's about $110 worth of games. So they did the math. They excluded games like I didn't even consider the price of Fantavision, Lego Star Wars. Some of these are just like too cheap to even care about. But yep, 110. Yeah, Trucklips got that game shop now. Glad it's still around and thriving for you, that's for sure. It's gotta be super fun having one of those, especially if you get a core community that comes and hangs out in them. Taxes are done. Oh, that's right, the tax deadline. When is the tax deadline again? I get my taxes done really early. I just hate that stress. I don't like waiting until the last minute for that. Oh, it's coming up soon. Yeah, there's about to be a lot of stressed out people. Yeah, I did mine like a month ago. Yeah. I'm a very big procrastinator. That's one thing I don't procrastinate on. You looked up for Trucklips on YouTube a few months ago and couldn't find anything. Some people will like private their old videos. Yeah, he deleted the channel 10 years ago. Just straight deleted. That's okay. It doesn't make me sad when I remember there used to be so many older retro game channels. Most of them are just gone, like either deleted by themselves or maybe YouTube got rid of their channel. But there used to be so many random small retro game channels back in the day. Like, because how do I know? Because I used to keep private playlists. Like, anytime somebody shouted me out or gave a thanks or something in a video, I actually kept a private playlist of a lot of those moments. And not just like a video just focused on me, but like a video where they were shouting out multiple channels, right? Like, that used to be a big thing back in the day. And I remember one time I went and checked that playlist. Almost everything, the video was gone. Just unavailable. Very sad. Thanks, Ace. Thank you for the 79-month resub. Oh my god, I'm main in Mario Kart Worlds. Well, there's apparently like over 80 characters. I think I'm keeping myself spoiler free. I'd prefer not to even know who those 80 characters are. So we'll find out. Probably just based on who I know is in the game already, probably Moo Moo the cow. I gotta switch the search up. We found a lot of really good buy it nows for lots though, that's for sure. Some really good deals there, especially that 3DS slot. Or a few of those 3DS slots rather. Wonder if anybody bought the NES slot. Still think that was a pretty solid deal. Did I not turn stream moots on? I'm on OBS, so I don't have everything set up on here yet. I don't have my, I forgot to add it, honestly. I don't have my Streamlit stuff on OBS yet. So whatever you played, I'll just refund it for you, Chucky. Yeah, I'm just, like, finally getting back on OBS now that it works again. When I say what's the solid deal, what's the percentage of the market value? So it was a lot, $125 that came with a handful of complete 3DS games. For the 3DS deal. Dragon Quest VIII is about 110 to 120 by itself, and then it came with several other 3DS games, so it was pretty much like getting those for free. And there were a few like $20, $30 games in there. For the NES slot, it was $400 for an NES with a controller. 54 games. One of the games was Nightmare on Elm Street, which is $80 by itself, and then the remainder of the games were many, like 15 to 25, maybe $30 carts. So you had a lot of like the first party, several Mega Man games like Mega Man 2 and 3, Mario Brothers 3. You had Zelda, the kind of stuff that's desirable. So even with the lowest end non-desirable NES carts, if you worked out the math on it, like even at a few dollars each for the kind of like filler games, like even that is still reasonable. That's the way I viewed it. I'd love to know the story as to why this person is selling this in their car. Just pick it up at the thrift shop and listed it in the car. You don't typically see people selling in their car. $160 though. Bowser Jr. Robert? What? Robert. Is that? I don't remember him ever being called Robert. That's so weird. There's another listing here with the same name. Nothing wrong with it. It says to return. Yeah, that's weird. Anybody need a Blockbuster case for Grand Theft Auto 3? $100. They think they might be stretching a little bit with that one. Rad Robot Alchemic Drive. No Manuel. Wow, it's been a while since we've seen Manuel. $200, no manual. Rad is genuinely pretty hard to find. I wouldn't say it's like very rare, but it's definitely rare. I don't think I've ever seen somebody put something like this in their title. Flea Market San Diego? How is that going to help you sell this? Like, that's just wasting keyword terms. Parachute Press? Was this like some kind of Tiger LCD thing? It had a cart slot? I'm not sure I'm familiar with what this goes into. This thing? No, not that. There's a hardcore group of San Diego flea market. Like, is it really that hardcore that they put it in the title for the listing? I've just never seen something like that before. Well, because on Twitch, Wargley is saying San Diego has a famous swap meet called Swamis, known as Kobe's now. Is that a Pog container? Oh, that's a G Fuel shake. Man, you know you're from the 90s when the first thing you think is a Pog container instead of a G Fuel shaker cup. You definitely grew up in the 90s, if that's the first thing you think of. All the kids are like, nah, that's just a shaker cup. Come on now. You just bought one of the 360 lots, had a Simpsons game in it. Yeah, Simpsons is pretty pricey. Oh, I'm glad you picked it up. I still gotta play that Simpsons game, actually. Thanks, TK. Appreciate it very much. Well, it wouldn't be too hard to make Pogs again. They actually were, like, apparently really easy to make even back then, homemade Pogs. Sadly, Pog's just one of the easiest things to replicate, right? Like, very easy to make fake ones. $8,000 for Sculptor's Cut. No clue what this goes for. I don't really keep track of that, because not like I'd ever be interested in buying this, but oof, well, look at that manual. Well-loved manual. Got a little bit of water damage. Boxes are it. You saw a Pog maker at Goodwill? Oh, wow. Yeah, I would have bought that. That's kind of cool. It's another one of those things, like I mentioned, I think last week. I really regret getting rid of my Pog collection. That would be so much fun to look through now. Just the manual for Blood Will Tell. $150. I sometimes think to myself it was a fever dream, but it really wasn't. Just to give you an idea of how crazy Pogs were back then. I still remember it to this day. The store only lasted maybe a month or two, but I swear, like, Pogs were so insane at the time when they first came out. There was actually a brick and mortar store dedicated to just Pogs. Didn't last long. I guess they thought it was going to be like the next Pokemon trading card or something, but it was definitely a product of its time. A Rise pin badge. I do like Rise. I really need to go back and play this game again. This is one of the only good things to come out of the Xbox One. This game. Which still looks amazing to this day. Pogs before Pokemon? Yeah, that's true. I don't know what the equivalent would have been at the time. It's like they called this a poster, but it's not a poster. It's a cool display if Oh, it's part of a display. Yeah, it's part of a standee. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get $100 for that. So this must be a non-magazine poster for this price. Yeah. So this is like one of those official posters they would hang up in a game store. Really nice poster though. But you're gonna have to pay for it. I was scrolling and I'm like, oh, that's that Sonic pencil that I have. I have the same pencil. It's also sharpened already. Looks just like mine. You can sell PSA graded cards to GameStop, yes, but it's a little shaky because people have sold them fake cards. Like they put a fake card in a fake slab and they buy it. So be very careful if you're ever buying from them. Yes, GameStop is definitely on their way to being a collectibles trading card store rather than a video game store. I think they'll always have a very small gaming section in there, but I think eventually, like not too long, it's just going to be taken over by nothing but collectibles, pop culture, trading cards. Their PSA partnership is just like the next nail in the coffin for the video game side of things for them. Solar system. I don't think I have this one. No, I don't have that. Just one of those interactive things, or does it have games? Never seen this. This actually has to be pretty rare. I used to be very hardcore in the hunting rare CDI stuff. I don't think I've ever seen this. So they probably have it priced appropriately. Very rare Swiss click. Okay, here's another really rare one. So, like, you gotta be hesitant with these games, even if they say they're region free, because I've bought some imports that did not work on my model of CDI. Man, I can't wait to find out what you do in this game. $1,400 color photographs, 20 minutes of moving images, 600 library files, more than 80 interactive choices. From a virtual journey through the many aspects of a mysterious little country called Switzerland. Look at that, Switzerland got their own video game. It's just that it's on the CDI. Well, there you go. Does that represent Switzerland there? That's certainly an oddity. Am I going to get Metro Prime 4? Based on what I've seen of it so far, I would be very interested in it. I think it looks beautiful. I really like the environment that they've shown for that game so far. Oh, I streamed this game. This was really fun. You guys remember this? This is a fun little game. It was just like little interactive gnome pictures, but they would have like full voiceovers and stuff. I think it was very light mini games too. Man, they got some crazy CDI games listed here. Belgium exclusive theme park, Hetland van Ooit. Quite a few I've never seen before. Oh, this is just one of the movie ones. That's probably why. Written in stars. It's like an art CD. Oh. I don't know what the hell this is. Something. I've looked into the loopy, yeah. I never really pulled the trigger on that thing. This person definitely has quite a collection of obscure CDS stuff. A lot of them, though, aren't games at all. They're just like movies or interactive things you watch. This is a good one. That's an actual game. This is an actual game. Actual game, that's a good one. This one I don't think I can get working. This one is not region. They say this is region free. This did not work on my CDI, from what I can remember. Oh, this is another one. Okay, no wait. This seller actually may know what they're talking about. Because this game right here, I bought this. I was all excited to stream it. Not region free. So they don't have that in their title. So they, at least they kind of know. This was going to be a really fun, like choose your own adventure kind of interactive. Looks like it would have been quite the game. Private Detective Sam D. Phillips. I like what they did there. And your job is to find Monica, the beautiful wife of mafia boss Antonia Baresi. You make the decisions in this interactive detective. But be careful, every mistake can be fatal. You gotta have a specific model of CDI for that to work. Yeah, the CDI versions of games like Drug Wars are like, when it comes to a console version, the CDI version is by far the definitive version. I forget what it was, but when you have the video card insert, it actually makes the frame rate super clear and smooth. Definitely the best video quality for a home console for those games. For the time, I don't know if they've like ported them anywhere now, like modern day, but for the time they were definitely the best version. And then you were able to use things like, you can either use the light gun or the trackball. The trackball was actually pretty fun for those light gun shooters. Oh, I see somebody else is fed up with Twitch. I have this pillow somewhere too. I bought this at TwitchCon. Definitely would not mind getting rid of this. Someone's like, yep, get rid of it. Actually, theirs is a deeper purple than I think mine was. Back when Twitch used to be good. Sonic 06 poster. Damn, I mean, I love Sonic 06, but not enough to buy an $800 poster. Well, Sonic 06 has like an unofficial remake through a fan project. Sega just wants nothing to do with that game. They don't even have it backwards compatible, which is a shame. They just want people to forget about Sonic 06. But the thing that sucks is like all they do is taunt you with it, right? If you follow like their Sonic the Hedgehog accounts, like their social media, they always post meme kind of things, and they make a lot of references to Sonic 06. So it's like for the company that wants you to forget about Sonic 06 or refuse to port it anywhere, they sure do want to remind you about it. Yeah, I bought it digitally just because why not? It was so cheap. Just to secure a copy onto my console without having to have the disc in there. I bought that in the DLC for Sonic 06. It was the only game that I bought that I already owned for the closure of the 360 store. Like in terms of I have it physically, but I'm just like for $5 I'll just get the digital version. Because I do the speedruns of it in the past, so I'm like, well, if I ever get back into that, it would probably be nice to have it digitally. All right, let's do affiliate. Affiliate this week is pretty short, so it'll be a pretty quick one. All right. So this is between March 23rd and March 29th. Somebody bought Left Alive. Man, you just reminded me. I still need to play that game. I picked that up on sale a few years ago. And I've always been curious as to why that game got such low reviews. Because to me, when I look at the gameplay, it actually looks kind of cool. That's the one where it like looks like Metal Gear Solid, kind of with mechs and stuff. Check that out one day. Game Boy Advance, Game Lot, Mario, Crash Bandicoot, and more. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Just a reminder for people on YouTube, we are looking through affiliate, which are items that people that use my affiliate link, the things they bought, we take a look at what they picked up and what they paid. Wow, pretty good. Snagged a deal here for sure. You got Wario. A couple Mario games in there, it looks like. It's hard to see his pictures. Yoshi's Island, Mario Advance, Mario Golf, Wario Land 4, Crash, Mario Brothers on DS. And you got also a case for a buy it now accepted of 85. Pretty good. Monster Hunter Wild Standard Edition for the PS5, brand new for $54. A little bit of savings compared to the launch price, not bad. Dagador for $1 is yours. Dagador for $1, complete in box. Wow. Let me know how that game is. Someone else bought that last week. Wonder if it was you too. 360 Zuma's Revenge complete for $10. Sorry, $11. They made a they made a physical copy of Zuma's Revenge. Let's see this. I just thought that was like Xbox Live Arcade only. Wow, they did. Bejeweled 3 and Feeding Frenzy too. It's got to be a DLC code though, right? I can never really get into Zuma. I played it a bit on Xbox Live Arcade, but I never really truly got into this game too much. As much as some people. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition for the Switch, $57. People acting quick on that one. Just came out. Wouldn't be an affiliate review without some form of a trading card. And this week we've got Kevin Hartman Galaxy autograph card out of 25. Not bad. Ultra Pro Card Supplies Tyranitar Friends 4-pocket binder. Someone bought one of those last week too. Looks like they picked up a different one this time. We got the Nicorette. We got a Herman Van seating. Belisara Ancient Light sealed booster box of 12 blister packs. Man, I can't imagine who that was. I wish you luck in your hollow pulls. Yep, I figured that was you, Emberg. Thank you. Good luck, Coopster. Move over, Pokemon. 409 sold, by the way. Wireless CarPlay Android car stereo for $105. I'm going to say the best pickup for the small selection that we have here. The Belisara cards. Well, they pop up here and there, Shinobi. You'll see them here and there. So many Jaguar homebrews now, it's crazy. Box art on this one's actually kind of cool. Like a modern day Legend of Kage. It's a little too risky for $190. It's like Jaguar collecting is cool and all, but the prices of these homebrews are just ridiculous. They literally made a game about somebody collecting all of the Atari Jaguar games. That's what this is about. That's how crazy the Jaguar fans are. This is from Neo Geo for the people. Oh, I like the box art. Problem is though, a lot of these ports are just like so underwhelming. They don't live up to what could be done on the Jaguar visually. That guy's taking someone's homebrews and putting them into a cart. Ooh, yeah, that's not cool. So they're just selling someone else's games to profit off of it. How would you feel if you guys made a homebrew game? Like just something digitally distributed that people can like dump onto their Jaguar or play in an emulator, and then someone takes your game, puts it on a physical cart, and puts it in a box and then sells it for $300. That's what this seller's apparently doing. Chrono Trigger missing one of the maps and missing the registration manual. Or registration card. You've seen people selling your game on flash drives? What is your game normally available on? Like it's a Like an itch.io kind of thing or something? Steam? Oh, no problem. What lot did you end up picking up? Which one was in the affiliate? Oh, you mean you bought a lot? I see what you mean. Something that I showed off. Which lot did you pick up? The GameStop edition of Trine. Has 1 through 3 on the cart. 3 SpongeBob games on PS2 for $30. Oh yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah, $10 a game, that's not bad. Anybody need a Final Fantasy Spirits Within keychain for $130? Didn't think so. That game visually was way ahead of its time. But oh man, the story was so boring. I haven't watched it since it came out. Maybe I watched it once on DVD, I don't know. Oh man, we have been deprived of moldy, water damaged games lately. This is a treat. It's been a bit. You know, there comes a time when you just gotta accept that you gotta sell your game disc only. Look, oh my god, that is disgusting. That is so, hold on, look at this. Right, so like there's a little bit of like linty stuff on the sheet, right? But when they open it up, it looks like it like literally flakes off of the case. And it's from the case, you know it is, because if you look in the case, you can see the residue. I'm pretty sure this may actually be white mold that just flaked onto their bed. This is a good specimen right here, boy. People on YouTube have no idea, like, the moldy water damage games we've found over the years during eBay streams, but this is definitely, that's a new one. I haven't seen that kind of mold before. The game's been tested, by the way, in case you're wondering. And it is, where's the condition? It's in acceptable condition. Yes. Here's one of the trackballs. I have a trackball that's more like a oversized mouse. This is the trackball for the CDI. You can use this to play your favorite light gun shooter. This person's just like, alright, time to capitalize on the Sonic 3 movie hype. Gotta let go of my childhood Shadow plush. What is that? Is that like a Crash? What is it? No, it's not Crash. I don't know what the hell that is. Apparently just chilling, watching TV, and they decided this is the moment to let go of Shadow. $40. Her most limited print run game is going to be at or under what it retailed for. I don't really get involved in that world of collecting, so it's hard for me to say. Most of them are kept limited enough where there probably will be enough people still collecting them or wanting to collect them in the future. So the ones that actually do have a fairly limited print run, yes, they will still probably be above and go up in price. The ones that act like they're limited, but they really weren't all that limited because they released some kind of weird game that nobody wanted to begin with, and it never really sold out, yeah, those will probably fall. It really depends on the print run size. Also, this is really random. Princess Crown figure. Wasn't aware that they made figures. I guess they didn't really, it's a model kit. Is that a Sonic stamp? Rubber stamp. What the hell? It's like half a stamp. Looks like it's cut off. Yeah, I don't know about the origins of that. Oh, there's tails. Okay, it's just really stylized with some Japanese writing. The writing on the Sonic one looked like it was like cut off though. Sonic Forces fidget spinner. They were definitely capitalized on the popularity of fidget spinners, I guess, when this came out. Oh, it's mesmerizing. What the hell? This thing's crazy. That's funny. Jar Jar Binks. Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, that was a Jar Jar. I have this balloon. I really don't think it's worth that though. Like, who? When you think about it, who in the hell is gonna pay $90 for an old, crusty-looking yellow balloon? I think I got mine because it just came for free with something else I bought. Yeah, Atari is releasing new games for the 7800. I've seen that they're doing that, like the new boxes and everything, which is cool. Speaking of Atari, really gotta do another VCS stream one of these days. You love that shitty little console. Something about it, something about it. This is official, by the way. There was a period where Sega was actually selling Sonic merchandise on their official store. They did this with a shirt too, I believe. I'm not a big fan of the Sonic thing. It's kind of silly. I had an opportunity to, I think, get the shirt. I just passed on it. I don't really follow all the weird Sonic memes and stuff like that. I don't follow any of that stuff. Cumulatown from Pokemon Black and White. It's like I don't recognize this song. Game Boy Advance slots for a bit, sure. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Do you want the lots to be complete in box or cart only? Like, do you want me to filter out so it's just complete games? If I don't, there's going to be a lot of cart lots. It's up to you. Salute all Zelda hackers. Dedicated to all those who like Zelda. So I guess they put a bunch of ROM hacks in here. It's kind of cool, but I wonder if these people know their games are in here. Cart only preferably, so. I won't filter out complete in box because sometimes what people do is they'll put like one complete game with a bunch of cart only, so we'll just leave it like that. I'm assuming you're a cart-only Game Boy Advance collector. The thing that I never liked about Game Boy Advance carts is you can't stack them like you can original Game Boy carts. Or even like line them up side by side because that lip that they have on them makes it really awkward. It's actually not a terrible little lot. The highlight here is actually this Jackie Chan game. I think I played that. Did I play that? Oh no, wait. Oh, maybe I think I played this years ago in a variety stream. I don't remember hating it. I think the graphics were really colorful, like a beat 'em up or something. It's not a terrible little Game Boy Advance slot. I'm not going to be super good at the pricing on just cart only on these things though. Are they safe for the console? Multi-carts? I don't see why they wouldn't be. They'll probably just be very cheaply made. The only time it may be weird is if it has like some kind of giant battery inside of it or something. Square Enix still sell the giant Chocobo plush? That I'm not sure about. I got my money's worth out of that thing, I'll tell you that. All the times I streamed Chocobo GP. Stream that game so much. What game is that? Man, that is really hard to read. Foster's home. Yeah, Chocobo GP lives on in Mario Kart World, that's for sure. Mario Kart World straight up ripped off what Chocobo GP did for its Grand Prix mode. Same exact style, elimination style, with the timer that counts down and like eliminates you. Not like it's really super original Chocobo GP, but it's the exact same formula as Mario Kart. Which I'm fine with. I mean, I really like that mode. I'm really, really excited for that mode. That's a really good streaming mode because it's got like high stakes, right? Like you're invested in my races because, you know, you gradually climb your way to the finals. Those are always good kind of racing streams. I have a feeling though I'm gonna get my butt whooped in Mario Kart. I'm not gonna lie. Like there's some people that have never stopped playing Mario Kart since the last one. So I'm not one of those people. So I think it's gonna be a lot harder to play Mario Kart this time around. Also, like, rest in peace to Sonic Crossworld. I think that game now at this point is just kind of like... I think once people get their hands on Mario Kart, they're just gonna forget about Crossworlds. I also was not super impressed with that, unfortunately. I definitely had a ton of issues with that game. And if they don't fix them, I'm not even sure I'm gonna... I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not even sure I'm gonna buy the game. Like, there were just too many things I was not super impressed with in that. Man, these cart labels are hard to read on some of them. Oh, Korra Rinpa a lot. This might be cool if you don't have these games. Or Kururin. That's a lot of Kuru. Kururin. Kururin Paradise. Yeah, if you don't have these games, this would be... This is exclusive to Japan, this one. This one here came out in Europe. But it never came out in the US. But you could play them just fine. I'll link this. I don't know if you're looking to, like... add them to your collection or not, or whatever. Finding both of those in the same lot, cart only. For that price, free shipping, it's not bad. I've heard good things about Simpsons Road Rage on Game Boy Advance. Lilo and Stitch is also supposed to be a pretty good little, like, kids version of a Contra game. Or Gunstar Heroes maybe is a better equivalent. I remember getting this Tales of Fantasia game day one when it came out. One of my biggest disappointments ever, because the battle system on the Game Boy Advance was running at like 3 frames a second. It was really bad lag and slowdown. I was shocked that they even released the game. That version's horrible. It translates it translates Ragnarok as kangaroo, seriously? So when they refer to Ragnarok, they say kangaroo? Kangaroo is coming. I don't know how that's gonna work, Bubba, honestly. Did my Hollywood Video Blockbuster rent on Game Boy games? I think my Blockbuster rented out Game Boy Color games. But that's about it. Maybe Game Boy Advance. I have very vague memories of them renting handheld games, yes. But it's too long ago to remember clearly. What a photo. You would think this person would have a better spot in their house to, like, take a photo. Instead of their old, crusty up, dusty table from like 50 years ago. Just put down a piece of paper or something. My goodness. Days of renting horror movies from Hollywood Video. Yes, I rented a lot of movies. Like, I rented games and movies from Hollywood Video. And Hollywood Video is really good for horror movies because they tended to carry a lot more of the obscure indie stuff that Blockbuster didn't. You're supposed to be finding lots, not individual games. Come on here. This person's flooding eBay. Gameplay, yeah. I think today Gameplay is probably a really good deal. It depends what they're charging monthly, but you're probably getting the best value ever out of Gamefly at this point with the price of games. You know, signing up for Gamefly when Switch 2 eventually is out and, you know, they have a good amount of games. Gamefly might be a really good alternative for a lot of those games. Especially if you're not looking to spend 80 bucks. I remember I used to use Gamefly a ton for achievements, 360 games. I might be banned from Gameplay. Actually, I don't think I'm banned. They probably just either put a temporary suspension or like just charge me for it. I remember I rented a Tomb Raider game, one of the Tomb Raiders, whatever the latest one was. I don't remember if it was like the first new Tomb Raider that came out. I don't remember. But either way, I never returned it. I kind of just forgot. And then that was that. So yeah. I'm sure enough time has passed where they'd be like, sure, come back, we'll take your money. And I didn't return it because I liked the game. I just barely even touched it and then forgot about it. $5,000 complete set of 38 Pokemon games. Well, not complete set. Complete set 38 lots. Complete switch. That's a really confusing title. Retro video game lot bundle. And then they just show a picture of a list. Man, I hate it when people list games like this. They went down to the penny to figure out what all these carts were worth. Probably not the most flattering thing to use that as your cover photo. Well, thank you, George. Thank you very much for the 8 months. Blockbuster said you didn't return the Mario DD Hard Dance Pad. That seems like a really hard thing for them to misplace or lose. So, like, they definitely were probably lying about that one. Like, it's very obvious when you return that thing. Either that or you returned it and then, like, someone threw it out or stole it. This is a shoot 'em up game, by the way, I believe. This one right here. This Danny Phantom game. It's like a side-scrolling shooter. I have not played any handheld Yu-Gi-Ohs. I have not played much Yu-Gi-Oh, period. My only experience playing Yu-Gi-Oh is attempting to play one of the latest ones that they came out with on home console, like PS5. That was not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Having gone from never played Yu-Gi-Oh to playing a game that has literally every card in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh in the same game, and then trying to learn how to play it, like, that was not a good combination. I got so overwhelmed with that, I couldn't handle it. What the hell game is this? Pokemon Coliseum. It's like, I need my card games to be a little more on the simpler side. If I'm looking at a card on Yu-Gi-Oh and I've got to read practically like 5 pages of a book to understand it, that ain't gonna be fun. And when every card is like that, it gets crazy real fast. It's different if you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh since like your childhood and you understand, you learn as you go, but like if you're brand new jumping in for the first time, no way that's happening. No way. Did I play San Andreas? I didn't actually. No, I stopped at Vice City. I find it cool though that there were people theorizing things like that in a PS2 game though. It's fun to have those kind of mysteries. Ooh, Smashing Drive. That might be a fun one for you. I haven't personally played the Game Boy Advance version of this, but I used to like the one on the GameCube back in the day. But this is one of those Game Boy Advance games where it like absolutely pushes the visuals of the console to the limit. It's like one of those sort of like 3D engine games where it looks like you're playing an actual 3D driving game. Check that one out. Also, Iridion 3D is a classic. If you're collecting for Game Boy Advance and you somehow don't have both Iridion games, 1 and 2, gotta get those. Especially 2. 2 is a must. Just for the music. Oh, he's back. Yes, the Iridion 2 soundtrack is legendary. One of the best soundtracks for a shoot 'em up ever. It's also so different. It's not your typical shoot 'em up music. Oh, this. Also be sure to get yourself a copy of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. If you like Lord of the Rings. I also hope you like really long, slow turn-based battles. It's a turn-based RPG. With the full Fellowship. Well, the pre-orders aren't open for it yet. When the time comes, I'm gonna try. See what happens. Are all the Lord of the Rings trilogy games good? I've heard that all of the Game Boy Advance ones are decent. The other ones are not really turn-based RPGs, they're more like Diablo-style action games. It's really hard to find a good, like, cart-only lot for Game Boy Advance that actually has good games and a good price. It's very difficult. Let me put it on Complete in Box. It'll just be easier for me to see games and like point out some recommendations. These carts are just so hard to read some of them. What the heck am I typing here? Didn't the PS2 version of this come with like a strawberry scented game or something stupid like that? Am I going crazy? Why do I remember us looking into this? Didn't like the home console versions of this actually come with strawberry scented, like the game was scented, right? Am I remembering this correctly? For strawberry shortcake? Kill a citrus. Did I ever finish Bug's Life on Game Boy Color? No, but I did get my revenge on it a few years ago, where I actually finally jumped over the platform. Oh, the manual scratch and sniff, okay. I like the art on this. Back when Bub and Bob looked good, now they look really weird. Wow. Maybe they're asking a lot because they're from Japan. I don't think I ever played this. Actually, looks like a pretty good beat 'em up. Oh my goodness, here it is. You need to drop everything you're doing, Doombo. This is it. You need to get yourself a copy of Urban Yeti. I have a history with this game. But it is like actually something I would definitely recommend. Like if you're into really weird, very odd, strange, fun minigame compilations with an overworld. It's like Grand Theft Auto with minigames peppered in. It's just so weird. If you want to see what the game is about, you can actually watch me play it. Just search for Urban Yeti GDQ. You'll see my speedrun. Here's the GOAT. The greatest of all time when it comes to Game Boy Advance shoot 'em ups. Worth it for the soundtrack alone. And the visuals, the backgrounds are actually really cool looking too, with that like sort of fake isometric 3D effect. Yeah, Iridion is actually pretty fairly priced. Like Iridion 2. It's not a crazy expensive game like you would think. Really, because the game is not that rare. I think it had a pretty decent print run. Desert Strike Advance. I could never really get into those Desert Strike games. Have I played Dragon Ball Z games? I have not played enough Dragon Ball Z games, no. There's tons I have not played. I keep telling myself, like, once I go back and eventually rewatch Dragon Ball Z, because I have not really watched that since when I was really young, I'll probably, like, go deep down the rabbit hole of Dragon Ball Z games again. There's a lot on handheld that I'd want to check out. There was one on the was Attack of the Saiyans I want to play. That's like the RPG on the DS. I want to check that one out. And then everybody's like, okay, just do Dragon Ball Z Kai. I can't do it. I'm just one of those people where I gotta feel like I'm getting the original experience, right? I don't think it's been backed up yet for us, but technically I'd just probably be able to Actually, my speedrun of that might actually be on YouTube, but yeah, I'll back it up again to be safe. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of work ahead of me for the next couple weeks with backing up more stuff to YouTube when they remove the Twitch VODs. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I'm aware of Kakarot. But once again, it's one of those Dragon Ball Z games where, like, I feel like I need to be fresh off of watching Dragon Ball Z to really get into those. Just curious what this looks like. Okay, minigame compilation. Yeah, it's like if you're watching the Spirit Bomb, right? Like, it's not the same unless you're sitting there for like a dozen episodes. I don't want to cut out all the filler. It's part of the experience. Konami Arcade Advance Blue variant? Oh wow. Yeah, now that they mention it, this is a different box from what this would normally look like. I like this one better. Oh, did they change the music in Kai? So, like, you don't get the original soundtrack? What's the best way right now to watch the original uncut Dragon Ball Z? Is it, like, through a streaming service, or do you have to buy some, like, Blu-ray or DVD or something? Wonder how this version of Mortal Kombat is. It's the last version of Mortal Kombat I played. I think it was actually on Xbox Live Arcade. Something like that. Star Cruiser at $35. That's actually a pretty cool game. I really like the cover for that game. Well, it's not really confirmed, it's just for the pre-orders right now. We'll have to see what happens with that. Any video games I'm hoping will be made will probably never be made. At this point, I'm really starting to lose hope for Wave Race, or actually Ridge Racer. I'm pretty sure that Ridge Racer 8 is just never happening. Unless, you know, 9 if you want to count Unbounded, but number-wise, 8. So I'm pretty sure it's just not happening. I think Namco has just written that series off. This you, Alan? With the Evercade as your profile picture. Good choice. Yeah, so I think the way that I played this on my Genesis was I used a Action Replay cart, I think it was, or a Game Genie, whichever. You put that into your Genesis, and then you put this on top, and I think it may have worked fine. Or maybe there wasn't a workaround, I don't remember. But I definitely played this on my Genesis. I just don't remember exactly how I did it. An Evercade fan. This is a good game. I definitely recommend this. If you haven't played this yourself, I'd almost recommend you open it up and play it. It's actually really good. It was almost one of my favorite games of that year, but unfortunately the final boss kind of killed it for me. They've since patched it though. Okay, I played Banjo-Kazooie. I did back in the day. It's been a bit since I played it. I will admit though, I never played Banjo-Tooie. One of these days, maybe. I don't own Banjo-Tooie, like the N64 cart, so. Has the listing rate. So the only thing that I would say is just be careful with the glare. And when you use a blue background, it looks like your phone or your camera is auto-correcting for the blue background, so it's actually like kind of, it's making your colors a little, like the white balance is getting thrown off on the photos. So just in the future, when you, like, I wouldn't go through the trouble of relisting anything, but in the future, like, can you see what I mean? Like, when you look at your photos, the white balance is kind of weird on the games. Whereas here, it's not as bad on the Astra because you have a more lighter background. So just be careful in the future when you take your photos. I would use lighter backgrounds or just plain white or plain black so that your phone can compensate better. Or it just might be a setting that you have when you take your pictures. Right, so like when you look at other people's photos, you see how nice and bright these are, and then yours is definitely like, you just want yours to stand out a little bit more. But like I said, your price is competitive, so I wouldn't even bother. It'll eventually sell. Someone will buy from you just because it's not from Japan. But you see how everybody uses the white background because it definitely helps the colors pop a bit more. So if you were looking for feedback on the listings, that would be my feedback. Otherwise, you have good prices. I'm gonna actually link this because I like this game so much. And I think for a physical copy for 20 bucks, this game is worth playing. I think when I bought this, a physical copy of this did not exist at the time, so... Oh, PS5 upgrade available. Yeah, I don't think this was a thing when the game came out. I think this came out at a later point. The hell is that? Sonic the Hedgehog zip around wallet. Oh, it's a wallet. I thought it was like something to hold your DS. Think I should buy this and walk around with it. Use this at checkout at stores. Sure that would get some very odd looks. When is Final Fantasy IX Remake? Yeah, who knows? Everything right now are just a ton of rumors for that game. But there are a lot of rumors for it. The thing is, like, when you really think about it, I think it is within Square Enix's best interest to remake their most popular Final Fantasies. So I wouldn't throw out that theory completely. I could definitely see 9 coming at some point. If they did it for 7, they could definitely do something with 9. But 9's remake, I'm almost certain it will not be on the level of 7. It'll probably be something way more like the original game, just with a fresh coat of paint. Probably maybe with like a new action style combat, but for the most part the game will remain very similar to the original. I'd be shocked if they did turn-based combat. I think they're going to reinvent it a bit more action style. Yeah, I don't really know the answers to those questions, Danny. You're hoping for Chrono Trigger. Some people are hoping for Chrono Trigger, some people are not. Some people are like, please don't touch our masterpiece 10 out of 10 game. And then other people are like, yes, bring on the remake. I think a remake of Chrono Trigger done in a... like, just a completely new graphic style, like something more like... imagine if they did it like Fantasian, like stop motion or diorama, or maybe like the whole game is done like anime style. Like there's just so many different ways they can go with it. And they can switch up the combat. I think Chrono Trigger could absolutely work as an action combat system if they really wanted to. It'll be like the Crisis Core remake, yes, yeah. The thing is, though, with 9, right, they're dealing with pre-rendered backgrounds, so, like, what are they gonna do? They can't exactly take a pre-rendered background from 9 and, like, easily transition that to the modern day. So it's either gonna be just, like, they're gonna have to redo all the backgrounds, or use AI to upscale them. Like, I don't know how they're gonna do it. My guess is they will make significant cuts to certain areas, and then just, like, retool them into 3D backgrounds. Like, the game will still have the same story and flow, the areas you go through, but there will be a lot of cuts and significant changes, would be my theory. But I don't know, who knows? I mean, 9 remake at this point is still a pipe dream. Man, I love that people are just sitting here selling this. Some people used to throw these things out like it was no tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I used to throw some of these out. Just like the, you know, these kind of things. The AI upscaled Saga Frontier remaster backgrounds. You know, when I was looking at the trailer for that, I knew something was off. I had a feeling they used AI to upgrade it based on what they showed for that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it really makes the backgrounds for like pre-rendered stuff really lose definition. Okay, now I need this with Eco. I mean, I kind of actually have that with Eco. But I need it with the sideways price sticker. That's a really rare variant right there, boy. Imagine one upside down. This means that you had to get some like really dopey employee for the day to put that on sideways. They were just no care in the world. Do I know if the Switch port of 9 plays well? I'm not sure. I don't think I've heard anybody say it plays poorly. Here's the thing that I don't like about the HD like remaster thing that they did for 9. I really am not a fan of how the characters are much higher definition than the background, so the characters stand out like a sore thumb in the newer versions, like I guess probably the Steam release and such of Final Fantasy 9. And I think 8 does something similar. It's very convenient to play a new version of 9, obviously, because you'll get faster loads and stuff, but there's just something about just playing it on the PS1, because the resolution of the backgrounds and the characters match better and blend better, and it just looks like the characters are actually in the environment rather than just being pasted on top. This is like from a standee, just torn up the standee in there, trying to get $175 for it. I don't know about that. And this one they want 200. They should not show their cards. You should not let people know you have 2 of those, because now they're really not going to sell. A popular platforming game I haven't played that would surprise people. Probably A Hat in Time. People just always assumed I played that, but I didn't. Yeah, those are classics for sure. Especially hearing what I used to get the games for, that's for sure. If you have played Final Fantasy 1 through 6, what should I start with in the remaster collection? If you haven't played, you mean? Like, which one for 1 through 6? I would, so you probably wouldn't want to start with something too, like, improved upon from the other version. So what I mean by is, like, starting with something like Final Fantasy 1 may not be the best idea. You probably want to pick I mean, not Final Fantasy 1. Starting with something like 4 or 6 might not be a good idea, because then when you go back to play 1, it might be a little hard to play 1. I would say Final Fantasy 3 might be a good middle ground, because that one has, like, a really fun combat job system. The music was phenomenal in that version. And the story is kind of like whatever. It's alright. I think it's a good middle ground between, like, not too primitive and not too over the top compared to other versions. So that way you're kind of, like, enticed to go back and then maybe go 3, 2, 1, and then do 4, 5, and 6. There's a very good game out there for those of you that are into PS1 imports or you know, looking to just emulate it or something. One of the hardest platformers I think I ever played towards the end of the game. Incredibly difficult. Like, it reminded me of, like, Ghosts and Goblins and stuff. Difficulty. Adventures of Little Rough. An elf Sonic. Definitely have never... I don't know why this is so funny looking. Definitely never seen that before. That looks so ridiculous. I remember bringing this issue to school. I think it was this issue. And, like, I let a friend borrow it. And when he gave it back to me, the magazine was, like, all crinkled up and creased. And that was the last time I ever lent out a magazine. It's like, god damn, like, people manhandling these damn comics. Oh, this is the issue that came with one of these, the Pokemon powers. I used to love these things. What the hell search category am I even under right now? Rare lot. Okay. Let's check auctions again. Just bug a hard game on Saturn. I don't remember it being necessarily hard, it's just getting used to the perspective and how they tried to handle 3D platforming at that time was interesting. It's just very different. It's very easy to hit things in that, I think, without seeing them coming. Any games I really love but never finished due to difficulty? I mean, I'm sure there's been games like that. Nothing that really comes to mind off the top of my head. Something that would be so hard that I liked but stopped because it was so hard? I don't know. I'd probably stop for other reasons, not because of the difficulty. Oh, that's right, we were going to check on Donkey Kong games. I'm curious about that too. Let's see what's going on with Donkey Kong 64. Very curious to see if more people are jumping it. Like, it's not a rare game, so... Well, I mean... It is a rare game, but it's not a hard-to-get rare game. I'm just curious to see if, like, complete in box copies have, like, seen any kind of spike. So you've got people spending $47 for a cart. $300. Okay. So let's keep an eye on the date. Let's see how many of these are selling. Wow. Hey, this is all just today, or, you know, yesterday, April 5th. Tons of carts, April 4th. I'd say the sales volume has definitely increased. Great, so this would have been the day of the direct. So you had somebody that paid $70 for a bidding copy of Donkey Kong 64 on the day of the direct. And then 3 days later, a complete in-box copy with the expansion cart went for over $300. I don't know what the expansion pack would normally go for, but I think it's safe to say that yes, the price did go up a little bit, because if you look at the prices here, before the direct they were selling cart only for like $30, and then after the direct there's a lot selling for $35 to $40. So slight increase on the cart price. I think complete in box has been affected the most. Yeah, because this is one here, before direct, $165. Same thing, post-direct, double the price. Well, I'm pretty sure it probably did stream bug at some point. That would have been a bit ago. I don't think I ever played Bug 2. No, I don't think I played that one. Hello Atlantis, thank you for the resub. Did the announcement of the analog 3D impact on 64 cartridge prices? Not that I've noticed. But that's been delayed. The analog 3D is delayed, so if anything, all the hype has died down for that now. I personally think things like the analog 3D are just still too much of a specialty kind of item. Something like that is just not a big enough, wide enough, like, cultural phenomenon for N64 to drive up prices universally like that. Now, if Nintendo, for example, said, okay, we're releasing an official Nintendo Analog 3D, right? Officially licensed by Nintendo, they advertise it, that would absolutely make N64 prices go crazy. But because it's just from Analog, like it's a specialty company, they got their fan base that always buys from them, but it's still relatively kind of like niche. I don't think they would ever have any kind of long-term effect on pricing. Now, an exception to that would be like if Analog somehow came out with an Analog 3D Virtual Boy, right? They come out with a new Virtual Boy with like enhanced resolution on the 3D effect, you know, whatever they're gonna do. Now, Virtual Boy library is pretty limited. There's not a lot of games. There's not a lot to choose from, like, on eBay, right? Like, there's generally pretty limited for what's available, especially complete in box. Now, something like that would raise the prices, but not on N64. You gotta be careful with these shoot 'em ups. These are usually like 10-minute games meant for high scores. I remember I bought one of these one time and I was shocked that you can beat the game in like 10 minutes, and it's more of like a high score tech challenge. What the hell game is this supposed to be from? Oh, it's apparently the end of the playlist. Okay. This doesn't sound like a Nintendo song. Switch it up. Wait, so if you're 13 hours in the Donkey Kong 64 and you look... Oh, a save state. So you're talking if you're like emulating it on a flash card or something. Oh, Wii U Virtual Console. So you can crash the game on Virtual Console. PS1 games. I remember this from last week. They must have relisted as an auction, or maybe it didn't get any bids. You guys remember this one? I pointed out the fact that, like, I think they had this as a $25 buy it now. I don't remember what the price was. Command & Conquer, which by itself was like 20 bucks. But by them relisting, probably relisted it at $1. Now it's actually going to sell. Oh, so you're saying you don't think it'll come to Nintendo Switch Online because they're gonna struggle with memory leaks? Makes sense. So if they add Diddy Kong Racing to Nintendo Switch Online, do those games typically have like online multiplayer like F-Zero is gonna have? I would play the hell out of Diddy Kong Racing if they ever brought that online. Well, how do I know? Because I used to do it on the DS version. I used to play that online. That was cool. It's like I should be more excited for F-Zero Online, but I know it's gonna happen. Like the people that are gonna get on there are gonna be so good at the game. Actually, no, you know what? That's an answer to the question from before. What game did I love, but I had to stop playing it because it was too hard? F-Zero GX was ridiculously hard in some of their missions. I remember one mission was just like, it was starting to ruin the game for how difficult it was. I just like, it took me forever to get past it. So you're gonna get like those F-Zero GX experts that pop on there and just gonna destroy everybody. Now, how does this work? Because I don't think I've ever done this with one of the Switch, like Nintendo Switch Online games. For F-Zero, when they released that on GameCube on Switch 2, will they have like online lobbies where you can race against random people, or will it have to be people from your friends list? How does that work? Just friends? Just friend lobbies? Damn. Well, I guess we'll have to add people to the friends list to play on launch day. And then if you beat me in an online race, you get removed from my friends list. It's as easy as that. That way, when I stream it, I can appear like I'm the best ever. Just don't invite the GX experts. Yeah, I'll keep track. So like, I'll stream it. If you beat me, I'll take notes. Remove you the next day. Then the next time I'm like, all right, everybody, let's play. Easy. Weed them out. Well, to give myself credit, you guys remember when I was streaming F-Zero 99. Now, for someone like me that has very little experience in F-Zero besides like casually playing F-Zero on the Game Boy Advance back in the day, I was pretty good at it, right? I was I mean, it got to the point where I was top 3 almost every Grand Prix I was doing. Like I was getting pretty good. But then people started practicing those crazy skips and shortcuts, like the crazy stuff. And that's when I started noping out. It started getting too advanced. But I held my own, that's for sure. I was definitely. I was surprised how competitive I was in that game. I was expecting to get destroyed by more F-Zero people. But apparently the F-Zero people just don't exist. Not many of them. Now that's a cool disc. I'm sure other racing games have done that, but I always like it when discs use the shape of the disc in some creative way. Where like they use the disc in a unexpected manner. There's definitely some very creative discs out there. All right, do we got to show the all-time classic? Someone's got to show it. Come on. Where the hell is it? Here it is. Just for the people that haven't seen it. Right? Creative. Very creative. I'm sure the person that designed this disc got a raise. So this is why, this reminds me of that. Moto GP4, such a creative disc. Makes you realize just how many Bomberman games there are that we just... Like, if you're including the Japanese releases, there are so many of them. So many. It's on par with practically Mega Man. Rainbow Fish in the Big Ocean. Oh, I like that cover with the foil scales. No gameplay picture. Yeah, the Bard's Tale disc is good too. That one's funny. Find anything good tonight? I actually found quite a few good things earlier that were bought like almost immediately. Do they have a new date? Like official date for it, Pizza Gamer? Oh, I thought you meant they picked a date. Yeah. What a photo. What a way to sell your game. I'm never looking for something specific. I'm looking for other people. Have a good night, Goomba. Thank you for hanging out. This actually seems like a pretty fair price for this. If it's in really nice shape. Looks like they got the manual, like, not in... It's like in some kind of shrink wrap bag, practically. Box. Not terrible. A little beat up. $280. So this person here wants $230. They have the extra, but is this insert? I don't think this insert. They don't have this insert, which does make a difference. Like, some people really want all the inserts. So it probably is actually right on price with it then. Ooh, I wonder if Rhythm Heaven went up in price. So Rhythm Heaven was a very highly printed DS game. So it's not like there's a lack of copies of this. Right? Over 200 results. A lot are selling now, since the other Nintendo Directs. But as you can see, despite so many copies selling, there's still plenty available. And this is what I mean by, like, unless there's just such an astronomical rush of people, there's just so many to go around still. Even though it is looking like a lot of the copies that are available are not the North American complete box version, but there's still a lot of them. Did it coincide with the DSi launch? I don't remember. Now that you mention it, I do kind of loosely remember something with DSi around the time of this game. Came out the same day as the DSi. Okay, yeah, you have a good memory. That means that I'm pretty sure I got the DSi on launch, I think. Man, I tell you though, I really do miss the days of the DS. Think about it. Getting excited over physical games that were like $30. That was special. Now it's like anytime a first party game comes out, it's $70, $80. It was fun to be able to like look forward to all those cheaper DS games and just kind of like take a chance on them. You see something in the store and you're like, ooh, this looks interesting, and it's maybe only $20 or $30. Brand new, just came out. Can't really do that much anymore. Because DS games are just... There were so many experimental DS games. Sometimes you took a chance and you found like a real little hidden gem. I did that quite a few times on the DS. Remember I did that for Fighting Fantasy? Warlock of Firetop Mountain. I just was in the mall in a GameStop. And that game had just came out and I'm like, this looks really interesting. And it turned out to be a good random buy. Did I ever play Dementium? Yep. I prefer Dementium 2 though. Dementium 1 is cool, but it gets very repetitive. Dementium 2 is actually really neat. You can actually watch my full playthrough of Dementium 2. It's up on YouTube. I stream that. Just type in Dementium 2 and then my name, you'll find it. You bought Rhythm Heaven and Monster Joker 2 for $2 each when they were clearing out DS games? Wow. Yeah, and I could definitely see Rhythm Heaven being on a clearance because that game had a huge print run. And it didn't exactly sell the way they had hoped, I imagine. No, yes. I think handhelds right now are going to be on the back burner. I think the Portal is kind of the band-aid for that right now. Portal's been coming in clutch though for RPG Maker, I'll tell you that. I've been loving that damn thing for RPG Maker. It's perfect. I really think as the years go by that the original DS is going to be one of the most like collected consoles among Nintendo fans. I mean, like, Nintendo fans revisiting collecting for the DS, because the DS really was one of the last Nintendo consoles that had like extremely experimental games on it. Right, when developers were really trying to push the boundaries for the touchscreen and the dual screens, and just throwing so many games and seeing what sticks. I think once the 3DS came out, there were definitely not as many of those types of games. Especially because by then, people had just accepted, like, okay, we're just going to treat this thing as a console with two screens. We're not going to care about touch controls and gimmicks. So I think people will really look back on the DS very fondly for its just incredible depth and variety of genres and one-off games that are on there. Almost everything was represented on that console, no matter what the genre was. It's like, I look at my collection and I'm just like, damn. There's just so, like, it's just such a variety of games. So when you look at a curated DS collection, it's like, it's a really special collection. If you look at a DS collection that's just a bunch of shovelware, yeah, it looks kind of garbage with all the kids' games and stuff. But if you look at a collection that was bought with a purpose, you just look at it and you're like, wow, they really had so much on that console. I could smell the mold. See the damage. I don't know what it is with PS2 driving games. That is not part of the car design, by the way. Just throw the box away. It's got like a stain on the back. Nobody wants that. The PSP was up there, but we got to keep in mind Nintendo fanboys are like rabid, right? They far outnumber PSP fans, that's for sure. It's like, you know, you gotta show respect to the PSP, but there's no way in hell that the amount of people that will be collecting for that thing in the future will be anywhere close to the DS. Nintendo collecting is just on a whole different level compared to something like the PSP. And I say Nintendo collecting in general. It's because I feel like with the Nintendo, people are much more of a blanket case where like they collect anything and everything Nintendo, whereas PlayStation, you definitely have people that pick and choose. It's not like everybody that collects for PS2 collects for PSP per se. But I feel like with Nintendo, someone that collects for something like the N64 is also probably collecting for the DS and vice versa. It just kind of like, I just kind of get that feeling with Nintendo collectors. So when it comes to like the demand of collecting in the future, years down the line, I feel like DS will definitely topple the PSP. It's the best, absolute best way to play original DS games these days. Ooh. Well, for me, if I had to play them, I'd have to play it on my 3DS with the capture card, but I would imagine, I mean, probably just playing it on one of your 3DSs, like whatever the best 3DSs that you have. The problem with the 3DS though is the top screen will have a weird letterboxing effect. Other than that, it would just be, I would avoid it by all costs playing on the original DS. Probably after that, probably the DS XL would be my next pick. Man, I used to love the XL. That thing was that thing was huge. See, look, there's still affordable complete N64 games out there. It's not many, but like there's still a ton of them. You can definitely build up a pretty noteworthy N64 collection complete in box without breaking the bank. Oh, the resolution is too stretched on the XL. Okay. 3DS makes games not look great. So what's the best version then? Just playing on like a DSi? The screen resolution is the best. I remember with my DSi though, I actually like took it back to the stores because I thought something was wrong with it. I think it was the touchscreen was like yellowed. But then I found out that they had used like 2 different screens or something along those lines, where some of them were yellow, some of them weren't. I kind of remember something along those lines. Or maybe it was the DSi that did that. I don't remember. But I remember one of them had a problem with the touchscreen. Brainstormer. I wonder if they have the cart fixed. Cart is notorious in this game for not working. It's been tested? Really? I'm gonna doubt that. Something like with the battery that they used in this game, it just always... Not the, like the board or something in there goes wrong with it. You gotta like replace it. I don't do much YouTube watching for gaming stuff, AJ. Honestly, I watch a lot of trading card stuff. More so than gaming. When it comes to the gaming side of things, I kind of just do my own thing on YouTube. I'm not consuming a ton of that. Hinge issue on the DS? I don't remember having a hinge issue on one of mine. Not that I recall. Might have been a hairline crack on one of mine at some point. But yeah, I don't remember anything like that. This game went up in price big time. I can remember when you used to be able to pick up a sealed copy of Lupin the Third for $20 on PS2. I think it's from like Deal Tavern. And then just one day, and there it is. Now it's a double in price, not sealed. You know, you got to keep an eye on stores like Deal Tavern. Sometimes Deal Tavern being like a wholesale where they tend to, you know, thousands of games. They have like a warehouse full of pallets of games, sealed games. But you really got to keep an eye on stores like that because they do control the market value. So think about it. If they set a price for a game sealed for $30, that means that almost everybody else on eBay that has not sealed copies are probably going to have a very hard time selling it for over $30. However, once they sell out of their sealed copies, that just completely can reshape the price, the market of a game. Because Deal Tavern kind of controls that market. But you don't always know how many they have. You don't know if they have hundreds, thousands, 10 of them. So once they're out, you gotta like really be on top of that. Because then the price can change, like it did with Lupin. Unless Deal Tavern starts adapting their prices to like raise the price depending on demand, scarcity. But I don't think they typically do that. They were always pretty fair in their pricing on sealed games, I think. Do a search for something we haven't searched in a long time. Heart of Darkness, $90. Oh wow, yeah, $90 with the glasses. I would not pay that much. Like, the glasses are literally for, like, the first cutscene. And then you almost never use them again. So, I would not advise paying extra for the glasses. Let's check. I mean, we could do GameCube. I'm actually curious to see. Actually, let's check GameCube sold. I'm more curious to... Actually, it's going to be kind of scary probably to see the prices of Kirby Air Ride. I'm curious to see what people are buying on GameCube or selling now that they know some GameCube games are coming to Switch Online. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a sealed copy. I gotta say, 300 for Code Veronica is kind of ridiculous. Favorite cheat code in the game? I'll be honest, I was never really one for cheat codes. And if I had to use one, it was something maybe like a level select. But as a kid, I mean, I guess everybody kind of liked the cheat codes in GoldenEye. Right? Like almost everything you did in that game with the cheat was kind of fun. With multiplayer. But yeah, I was never really a big cheat code kind of person. Oh my god, somebody just bought the manual for Kirby Air Ride for over $40. Oh no, I'm so screwed. So screwed, I knew I should have bought that game in the last year or so. Damn. Hopefully it comes back down. Man, when the manual's going for almost as much as the game complete used to, you know you're in trouble. We haven't even you're not seeing any selling right now because they're all already sold out. Like, all the copies are already gone. You'll see them down below. Old games, yeah, I can try that. Somebody bought Wave Race, they were like, you know what, screw it. Tired of waiting for a new one. I don't know what, like, I guess Nintendo just hates Wave Race. I don't get it. You would think that a game, like, hopefully it comes out in the next couple of years, but you would think they'd want to show off their new console with a game that has amazing water effects. I just don't get it. I'll take it for Switch Online. If I can play Wave Race Blue Storm online against other people, I'll take it for what it is. I'll take it. It's better than nothing. That's up to you, B-Man. Original MetaZoo right now, like, you got to keep in mind, if you're buying it to open for the fun of it, go for it. Because yeah, $10 a booster box is ridiculously cheap. But there are hundreds of thousands of booster boxes of UFO out there. Like, it is very overprinted. So if you're like buying it to hang on to, like, I don't know what your intent is with it, you're probably gonna have to wait a very long time to see any increase. And that depends where the new MetaZoo goes. If it really takes off, then maybe you'll see a little bit of an increase. But you got to remember, the original MetaZoo has no connection to the new one. So it's like, even if people get into the new one, the old one is just like so different. But yeah, it's very cheap for a lot of that right now. So if you got the space for it, go for it. $22 for a GameCube controller is pretty good. I remember when I had to buy a new one. Yeah, I think you're looking at like $35, $40 most of the time for a good one. And then a lot of times you want to get like a joystick that is tightened or new, not like all wobbly. You know what the scariest part is? We still have yet to hit a copy of Kirby. You know it's gotta be bad. That means eBay is wiped clean. If I was smart, what I should have done was, as soon as I realized that was Kirby era during the Nintendo Direct, I should have immediately got on eBay and bought a copy of the game. But, you know, that was definitely not what I was thinking during the Direct. Other than that, though, prices seem pretty normal for GameCube standards. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Let's do I dare search Kirby era? Oh man. No manual. So that was probably the person that just bought the manual. 130, 100, 150. So this game used to be about 60 to 70 before the Direct, so it looks like it's doubled in price. So what it looks like here is pretty much anybody that had a copy up for sale that didn't adjust their price got bought out, and then the people, you know, those people that like price their games really high, and you're like, man, why would anybody Kirby Air Ride for $150 when there's copies for 70? Well, guess what? That was their day to shine, because they all finally sold their copies for $150. Yeah, it looks like eBay is wiped clean. Because look at April 2nd. So this is the day of Nintendo Direct. This is all Kirby on that day, all April 2nd. So pretty much all the copies, all the complete box copies, just got cleaned off of eBay. Probably the ones for good prices at least. There's probably a few sitting around for like $150 right now. It'll definitely come back down. Yeah, Kirby Air Ride right now is just, it's riding that that hype train or that hype star. It'll come back down. It's not it's not a rare GameCube game. It's just that people are very excited for the sequel right now. Here, I like Padrino's recommendation of searching for old games. That sounds like a search term that like people that don't know about games would use for their title. What is it going for? What are the year prices like? Hello, Mr. Wesker. We found some good stuff tonight. Some things that I linked that sold right away to people, so that's always fun. I always like it when we actually find good deals. Wait, what am I under right now? Oh, Old Republic. I gotta filter that. That's gonna get obnoxious. Well, I think this search term is a bust. It does. There's not a lot of people listing stuff under old games, unfortunately, but it was a good idea. Hold on, let's see what this is. Hold on. Nope. Yeah, it's a lot of PC games. 24 old PS1, PS2, Mac PC games. Estimated value is $200 to $250. Man, do I hate it when sellers do that. Wait, they think that is worth $250? Are they serious? What they just showed in these pictures? Damn. Yeah, I don't know where they're looking. That is not $250. No, I will not sell the standalone games. Everything comes together. Well, damn, no one was asking. Very hostile. This is not a DVD. Damn it. The good old days on eBay when you used to be able to play sound files. For those that don't know, back in the old Wild West days of eBay, they used to have a feature where if you went into like, I guess you had to go into the HTML file of the listing. You know how you can edit with like HTML or whatever they used to let you use, I don't remember. But you used to be able to embed a sound file that would automatically play when you clicked into someone's listing. So sometimes you click into a listing and it would play like, say you're looking at a Christmas listing, it would play like Christmas music. If you're looking at a Sonic listing, someone would have like Sonic music play. And then other times you'd have sellers that were literally screaming at you to tell you what their listing was not. If you know, you know. Crazy what they took away from us. This is what they took from us. Audio files auto-playing on eBay listings. Alright, I mean, I guess I might as well play it. This will be a volume warning. This is a reference to All Gen Gamers, for those of you that used to listen to that. Let's see if I can bring this up for you. So this guy has passed away.
Okay, so this...
Unfortunately. He's a legend. Like the guy that made the eBay listings, not the person that made the videos. I'll let this person do the explaining, I guess.
This kind of freaked me out. I was looking for a certain thing on eBay.
Volume warning, by the way.
I pressed on the link to the item, and this is what happened.
Stop! 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 This is not a DVD. 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 This is a backer card. It's a card. It's a card for collectors. This is a movie card. This is not a DVD. Stop! Read! Read the description. This is not a DVD. Still, after this, people will still be ignorant and buy it. This is not a DVD. Stop! Read! Read what this is. This is a backer card. This is not a DVD. Stop and read. Read the description. Read the description.
Imagine that auto playing.
This guy is
when you
out,
enter the
but
listing.
I guess he gets a lot of people who
He
buy
had
his
98%
cards
feedback, so you know people were
and
leaving him negative feedback
he
because
got
they
mad.
didn't read. Just read, okay?
Okay, this is kind of scared. Like, it scared me, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what eBay used to be like. You can click into a listing, and if you forgot that your speakers were on max volume because you were listening to like some 41 on max, you know, boom, blow out your speakers with that guy. Yeah, everybody was like, oh man, I'll take my $2 free shipping copy of Toy Story 2 DVD. Read the damn description. It ain't that hard. That guy did pass away, though. Like, I don't think it's a troll. His wife said that he passed away. I think it was from the stress of eBay. Probably like, actually died from stress, if I had to imagine. Well, they have video listings, but they don't autoplay. That audio file would autoplay. Like, you wouldn't even know it's coming. It just plays out of nowhere. I swear, I almost feel like if I ever sell DVD backer cards, I'd put in my description, stop. This is not a DVD. Read the description. Well, technically, I guess if they're reading it at that point, they're reading it, but just to help make the reference for the people checking it out. So yeah, these are not DVDs, by the way. Well, look at how the prices increased. They went from $2 and free shipping to, well, it looks like you're paying $2 minimum delivery. But most people seem to be asking like $10 now. So these, I guess, are like for rental cases. I actually don't know. Like, I knew how they use this kind of stuff for games, but I wasn't aware they really use these for DVDs, to be honest. They're plastic cards with really high quality prints, but like, what was their original function? I don't think I ever saw one in a rental store or anything. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, so they would put the DVD on the shelf, and then if somebody took the box off the shelf, then that would be behind it. That's how they would do it for DVDs. Which Switch games am I looking forward to the most on the Switch 2? I'm gonna be honest, I am very much looking forward to trying Breath of the Wild again, if I decide to go with that upgrade thing. You know, I don't know if that's gonna be like a day one thing for me, but I would love to actually try playing that again in 60 frames or 120 on the handhelds, because I always loved the way that game looked. First one, not Tales of the Kingdom, whatever the hell they call it. Sometimes less is more. I prefer the original. They're apparently being included with the online extra. The upgrades are included with the online extra. So what, they're going to give you the upgrade for free for being an online subscriber or something? I don't know what you mean. Other than that, it's hard to say because we don't really know if games that are not getting Switch 2 upgrades are going to function any differently on the Switch 2. Right? Like if I slap in a copy of a game that ran at 20 frames a second on the Switch, when I put that in my Switch 2, is it going to be 30 frames? Is it going to be 20? 60? We have no idea. Even if they're not upgrading the visuals, I'm just curious about their performance, like frame rate. I was kind of hoping for achievements on the Switch 2 as well. I think I could have finally gotten back into achievements or trophies if they introduced one from the ground up, but nope, they still aren't doing it. My theory has always been that Nintendo isn't introducing a trophy or achievement system because they were beat to the punch by Xbox and Sony. Right? They both had their trophies and achievements same time as one another. And because Nintendo didn't think to do something like that with the Switch, the Wii, or even the Switch for that matter, but by then it would have been too late. Like they felt like, okay, we don't want to copy the others, we want to come up with our own original ideas, so that's why they don't do it. They feel kind of like it needs to be their way or nothing, their gimmick or nothing. So because they didn't come up with the idea, they can't implement it. That's my theory on why we still don't have trophies and achievements with Nintendo. It's like they may have actually had the idea and then completely scrapped it because the others implemented it first. And I think this way too because of that Star Fox TV show that they were supposed to have on Netflix with the puppets. There was supposed to be a Star Fox Netflix show with like stop motion or puppets or something along those lines. And because some random person that worked at Netflix leaked the show, they canceled the whole show. They're that vengeful, right? So if they felt like they were beat to the punch on trophies and achievements, I feel like even if they had the idea in development, they would just scrap it. Because then everybody would say, well, oh, Nintendo copied Sony or Xbox. That's how I feel about it. You know, just a theory, but I could see Nintendo being that way. And I've always felt that way about them ever since the Star Fox cancellation. It's like, really, Nintendo? Just because it was leaked, you're going to cancel the whole show? Like, that's just crazy. Wow, has this game finally gone up in price? I was always so surprised that this was as cheap as it was for all these years. Has that Yuzo Koshiro soundtrack in it. Excellent music. Eye of the Beholder on Sega CD. Really, the only reason to play this version is for the music, which is only in this version. Really cool dungeon crawl music. So not all Switch 2 games are going to be just a key. Select games will be. So I think that's a misconception right now. Not every Switch game is just a key, from how I understand it. There will be games where the game is on the card, but then there will be games where the game is not on the cart, and it's just the cart is a key to download it. There's just still a lot of questions right now with some of the Switch 2 stuff, so it's hard to know definitive answers. This is a cool one. This is a cheap. This game's always been kind of cheap. But if you like those sort of like pre-rendered 3D animation games where you're just like going through a predetermined 3D environment and shooting at stuff, that's what AX101 is. And the nice thing is it's, you know, still relatively cheap. I've never played Star Fox Adventures. I think if I played it now, I'd actually probably like it. But I can't know for sure. I think the only thing that turns me off from playing it usually is, I think the game's pretty long, right? Isn't it like a 20-hour game? Pretty lengthy game. So I think, well, what I'm referring to is like Switch 2 games, right? Not necessarily the ones where you're buying the Switch game with the download code on it. Like, in terms of Switch 2 exclusives, apparently some of them will be a game key with a download, and then some of them will be the game on the cart. They just haven't specified which. It's possible that Mario Kart World is going to be a key card, and then the game will be downloadable. Like, I don't think they've really said. Probably depends on the size of the game. If it goes over a size limit, they probably make it a download. And then if it fits on the cart, they put it on the cart. Yeah, modern gaming indeed. It's a pretty good price on Resident Evil, but... Oh, it's reprinted, that's why I was gonna say. Damn, that would have been good. It's also coming from China, and honestly, there's just too many reproductions that go on there. I'd be very hesitant. It's like if I ever see a Pokemon card or something and it's like the sellers in China, I'm just like, no, not taking that chance. Their repros of trading cards are just too good. You can't take the chance. So here's one that seemingly is not a reproduction. I've always been really curious about this version. I remember watching a video that compared the differences, and it's more than you would imagine. There's actually cool little quirks between the PS1 and the Saturn version when it comes to like the blood and the gore and the character models and subtle little differences. It's enough where like if you're a big enough fan of Resident Evil, it's worth playing. If you're very casual about it, then of course like the PS1 version will just be fine. And then of course it's got that exclusive mode, the like challenge mode, all the enemies, forget what they call it. Well, you know why people will double dip on the Switch to enhanced versions, right? Think about it. The collectors. The box is going to look different, so to them, they're going to want a uniform box on their shelves. So they're going to, what they'll do is, what the crazy Switch collectors will do, they'll sell their original version, the Switch version, sell that, rebuy the Switch 2 version so you get the Switch 2 box, and then that way you get uniform shelf with the Switch 2 version. That's what they're going to do, you'll see. The only thing that I wish and I hope for, that they get rid of the red spine. Please, Nintendo, please. Bring us back to the days of spines of games having personality to them. Put the game logo on there. Put the art on the spine like PS2 games from North America. Not no PAL crap. We don't want the PAL cases. For real, like the red spine. I'm sorry, I don't like consoles that have universal color spines like that, especially ones a harsh color like red. Personally, like, it's nothing against people that collect for Switch, but when I see a Switch collection with a ton of games, like it really, it's an eyesore. I personally think it's an eyesore. And part of collecting is like looking at your collection and like I like the visual appeal of it. I like varied spines of games, the varied colors. I like being able to pick out a game really quickly because I know what the spine looks like, the color of it, the logo. That wall of red is just, it's not for me. Actually, it's probably one of the reasons too that kept me from buying as many Switch games as I would have otherwise. But the number one reason was because, you know, obviously I don't like my games in 15 frames a second. That's number one. But yeah, please, let's get away from the red spines. That'd be great. I think they'll have to do something visually distinct, hopefully, because otherwise it's just going to look like a Switch game on the store shelves, and I'm not sure they want to confuse people. They need to make it look different enough. I think the clamshell, though, the case is going to be red, like the plastic. Exactly, yes. The Wii spines were really good. Like, I'm looking at my Wii collection. I like it. The white spine, but it had the unique logos on there. That I like. Those were good. Good middle ground. PS3 spines are good. PS2 spines, my personal favorite. I mean, I'm looking at DS. DS looks great. I mean, hell, even the freaking N-Gage uses like a blackish gray spine, and then they put the logo on there. Yeah, DS. 3DS spines are good. I don't mind 3DS. 3DS has the white, but it has the unique logos on there. Maybe they want to throw a little picture. Actually, 3DS was cool too because they used... didn't each spine have like... Oh yeah, they put like the little square picture of a character from the game or something on there, right? That was cute. I like that. So you guys let me know. When they show what the spine of a Switch 2 game looks like, you let me know. First they take away our eShop music and then they're going to give us red spines again? No, they're not. We got to rise up. Oh, Christ, there it goes again. I lost my YouTube chat. I don't know why it does this, to be honest with you. So, like, my YouTube page, right? So, like, my YouTube dashboard and my YouTube chat. The page just crashes and says not enough memory to open this page. Try closing other tabs or programs to open up memory. Like, I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Chrome tab windows open. Like, come on. That can't be what's causing it. Leak switch 2 has full art into the spines. Oh, thank God. Hopefully that's true. No red spine. Oh my goodness. It does wrap around. Okay. We're back in business. That's all I wanted to know. They just removed the red spines and put all the red on the front. Good. Good. They're catching on. They had to do that. They have to make it look different. Oh my goodness. Alright, let me see if I can get this chat back. It's not letting me even reload the page. Are you serious? Okay. And I guess I still have it here. Wait, I can't. Oh. Reload. Close that. And now I can't get the chat on the side. Something went wrong. I'm gonna have to just start opening the YouTube chat in a different browser. Yeah, I can't see the chat. Even when I refresh, it's just not there. Well, I was actually getting close to ending the stream anyway. So I guess this will be a good time to call it. Trying to think if there was anything I had to let you guys know about before I end the stream. Oh yes, YouTube members thing. Should be very soon. New vlog video, new Evercade stream. I'm a little behind on that right now because, man, between my stomach and then of course my sleep getting so out of whack with the Switch 2 stream. Never doing that again. But hopefully in the next day or two, I should have the vlog video up. Next day, I want to do a walking vlog, so we're going to call it there. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. The VOD will be up on YouTube if you want to watch it from the beginning. Just make sure you go to the live tab and you can just watch it from the start.